Madam President, the time is 5:30.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Welcome to the regular board meeting, information meeting for Adelanto Elementary School District. Today is Tuesday, May the 14th, 2024. Section 1.02. Pledge of Allegiance. If you can come and introduce yourselves.
Hello, I am Dr. Karen Ward, principal of El Mirage, and I'm proud to be here with two of my future business leaders students, which we're going to be sharing with you tonight some of their accomplishments. And this is Montserrat Hernandez and Alan Arribas, and we're going to lead you in the pledge, so please stand. Okay, removing any hats or hoodies, right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Section 2, adoption of the agenda. Ms. LeVay, do we have any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustment in the order of business?
Madam President, we do. Item 13.31, employment of certificated personnel. Vanessa Garcia Gomez has declined, so we're changing that. That's going to change the fiscal impact from $440,633.20 to $354,607.
Thank you for that update. Section 2.02, adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Webster, I motion to adopt.
Trustee Turner, I second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, yes.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, I.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Moving right along to section 3, cabinet reports. Dr. Albert.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Everyone who is present, our trustees, our partners in the audience. I had the privilege to attend the Shell Beach Conference with Trustee Turner and Trustee Soto the week after our last board meeting. And the conference was put on by our legal firm, AELRR. Primarily used for human resources matters. Trustee Turner and Trustee Soto and I had several sessions together on best practices for school governance and communication strategies between superintendents and Board of Education. Very grateful for the opportunity to learn as well as to get to know two of our trustees better. Want to thank also our trustees for their support and help in regards to being able to support Columbus today in being able to attend Knott's Berry Farm field trip. We got word back that they are currently having an absolute amazing time of their life, so thank you. Had the opportunity to visit some of our county special education programs with our county superintendent, Ted Alejandre, and we discussed our partnership as well as how we're better to serve our students in Adelanto and our joint programs. We want to thank all the people involved in making the reclassification ceremony a huge success. We honored over 67 students from across the district, and we were in attendance in regards to passing out certificates, and just really a heartfelt moment for our families and the accomplishments that our students have received in regards to becoming fluent English speakers. Also want to thank Morgan Kincaid and Melva Davis for an amazing site visit. Really enjoyed the opportunity to see our students at Morgan Kincaid prepare for International Day. One of the classes I visited, actually, they were showcasing Finland. So I was able to talk with the students about my experience as a Fulbright scholar representing the United States and Finland. And they were very interested in finding out why their students don't wear shoes in classes. So very, very interesting. And I want to thank them for all their great questions. Want to thank our purchasing and physical team for helping secure 3 more electrical buses. Our grant total awards $2.5 million, and our contribution toward the grant was $282,000, which is a difference between the actual cost of the buses and the amount of the grant. So that's a huge opportunity for us to receive funding and move forward and being able to lower our imprint in the world. I want to thank Melanie and Jessica in Risk Management and our benefits for setting up our Health and Welfare Benefits Fair. It was held at Mesa Linda on May the 7th. Huge success. We had over 100 employees attend, over 20 vendors, all focusing on our services and physical and mental health. Mesa Linda won the prize for the greatest in attendance. Also want to congratulate Melva Davis on the California Distinguished School Award. We as a cabinet were honored to attend with Trustee Turner and Trustee Soto as well in regards to them receiving their award. We also want to thank and congratulate Melva Davis students for taking first and second place in STEP Science, Technology, Engineering program. Our cabinet had the opportunity to see them receive their awards. They also got some neat prizes with a Nintendo Switch and an Apple AirPod. So the other students were definitely jealous. And, very much so, being involved in the sciences pays off. So our students are realizing that. So that's my report today, and I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Doizon.
All right, good evening. I'm honored to share some highlights on behalf of our Academic Services Division. So our Academic Services team is busy preparing for summer school. Registration, we've opened for 1 more week till May 29th. So we have 419 students signed up for summer school, and we can help by everyone putting the word out, from our teachers to our principals. And just remind parents, you can pick up applications at the school itself or go online through Parent Square to sign your students up. We have schools, summer school being held at Columbia for our middle schools, and then Eagle Ranch, Gus Franklin, and Westside Park for our elementaries. Our ESY program will be held at West Creek and Melva Davis. We are still in our testing window, which runs until this Friday. So right as of today, we're about 98 to 99% completed for our ELA math and science. We just have a few students left on our alternative assessment, and then students to make up. So we're excited about that. Thank you, all of our teachers and administrators, for helping us with that. All sites have completed and submitted their applications for the California PBIS Awards. This year we had 12 out of 14. Next year we're looking for 14 out of 14. Our enrollment, so we've expanded TK to all of our elementary sites, and they are filling, our TK spots are actually filling up very fast. We have very limited spots across our district, so parents, if you want to make sure your students are in there, please make your way down to the enrollment center and we'll get them signed up. We do have a few late nights, May 28th. And also this evening, we do take late nights appointments, so we're very happy that our staff adjust their day a little bit to make sure that we accommodate families that need a later time to come and complete enrollment. So we've been averaging about 100 families a week coming to the enrollment center, still enrolling for this year and pre-enrolling for next year. Some of our team members are applying for a school link partnership and capacity grant that is going to bring in additional funding for behavioral health services if selected. And then our letters professional development focused on early literacy. We've had amazing reviews, and we really are excited about that. And I want to commend the teachers who are going through that. It's a 2-year intensive program, and our teachers are coming back and saying how much they're learning. So we look forward to actually adding another cohort next school year to keep it going. We do have our writing and arts fair. Will be held at Braddock from 4 to 5:30 on May 23rd, and this is where we get to showcase our students' authors' work and their wonderful artwork. And then I look forward to attending many different events at the school sites over the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Dr. Duizon. Okay, Ms. Gonzalez.
All right, thank you. Thank you and good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and community members. It's always a pleasure to serve with you guys. So just a quick couple department updates. Our M&O department is working with our CPM contractor for the pool. Our pool is almost complete. We have a couple of outstanding items for our completion. We want to thank our M&O manager, Richard Cretchett, and our purchasing technician, Lori McMillan, for their diligence on this project. We are on track for completion by the end of the month. We are working with our human resources team for the staffing of the pool. We will be also establishing a timeline for when it would be open and everything else, so we'll be looking for input on that. Additionally, since summer is coming, our M&O department is actually working on scheduling additional projects. Some of them are roof updates for a couple of our facilities and classrooms. Additionally, our CNS is working with their team to establish all of our meals for next school year, as well as training for our staff members to kind of guide them up in standards and get them higher proficiency than what they already are. Additionally, on top of that, our fiscal team is diligently working still on our budget. And so kind of moving in from our budget, the Governor Newsom has already pre-released some of the details on the May revised budget. Our COLA for 24-25 will be 1.07, which is up from our second interim projection at 0.76. We'll be attending the May Revise workshop on May 21st, conducted by School Services, to provide additional details directly related to school districts. Although we are not anticipating any direct cuts to our core funding, some of the details about prolonging funding and apportionments for other supplemental programs will be impacted. So we'll be learning more about those particular details and which specific groups those will be at the May Revise. Some of the other things that we have going on, like Dr. Albert had said, on April 30th, our transportation team received 3 new electric buses and a grant for $2.5 million with the Mojave Air Quality District Management. The 3 new buses will actually replace 3 of our old diesel buses that were about to expire. I want to also give a shout out to our purchasing technician, Lori McMillan, for facilitating this grant project for the transportation department. Additionally, we are still working on the additional buses, which were tentatively at 14. However, due to some of the busing issues, we're going to be dropping that down just a little bit, but we're still looking forward to that in the future. So we're continuing to work on that. And lastly, I wanted to also give my congratulations to Melva Davis for their award at the California Distinguished School Recognition Conference. I just want to say thank you to Kathy Yuskovic and her team for all their hard work and dedication to our students. And lastly, thank you, and it's a pleasure serving.
Thank you. Moving right along to section 4, staff reports and presentations. Dr. Albert.
Thank you. It's our pleasure to introduce again Dr. Ward, who will be coming up to give some presentations and awards for our students for the future business leaders of America.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Karen Ward, principal at El Mirage. Thank you for inviting me, board members and executive cabinet. Thank you to my students and staff who are here. I really appreciate it, and everyone else. I'm very proud of our campus, and I'm going to share a little bit about it. We have a display in the back. No? Okay, I'll read it. So I had borrowed Victoria McGathins, which I came, and we kind of took that, so you'll recognize a few of the phrases, but then we customized it to meet our standards, our expectations. Today, I will do my best to be my best. I will practice being safe, respectful, and responsible. I will do my best to have a good day. I will be better today than I was yesterday. So we say that every morning, and impress upon the students to do that. We focused, as I mentioned, on our reading literacy. We have a tradition now of our local firefighters coming out on Read Across America Day week, and students dress up, several different dress-up occasions, and we have book giveaways and costume contest based on your favorite book character. We also have a student store. The picture on the lower left is our students at the student store, and then also some teachers reading to their students. One of our other focuses for PBIS was increasing our parent engagement. We had a very small involved parent group last year with 2 parents, but they were at every single meeting that I had. I went, we've got to have more than 2 parents. We have 100 families, so it's a small campus, but yet I know we can get more. So we've been able to have 5 parents approved as volunteers, and then we started a PTA this year with 25 involvement of both parents, students, and staff. So we're very excited about that. And then we had lots of parent engagement activities throughout the year. Our back-to-school night, of course, winter program, multicultural day, a couple different parent workshops. Our literacy night, which was just last week, was an outstanding success. Missed you folks. But then we have our upcoming kinder and 8th grade promotion on May 29th. So our back-to-school night, I'll just do some little picture walks here. And we invited company to come and lead some different workshops, and the parents cycled through. So I just had one shot. There were just a few, but we had most of the parents cycle through the parent workshop throughout the night. And then our winter program was one of our largest participation from our parents. And Mr. Garcia was our music instructor, and we had the kinders doing the bongos, and then we'd have a little mini orchestra, and then the different groups singing. So it was very fun and interactive. Our Multicultural Day, which, as I said, we have the projects in the back. Our art teacher, Ms. Hagan, got involved and had the students do a number of different projects on Dia de los Muertos, if I'm saying that correctly, I'm sorry. And then Ms. Phillip coordinated a fashion show. So she took us around the world, and we have a little video clip that shares some of that, and then as well as the kinder dance. So that's coming up. Our literacy night, teacher created materials helped us. They said that they've gone to some of the other campuses and led the parent workshops during this. And the feedback I'm getting from the parents is that they really enjoyed it and appreciated. We had a really good turnout in both the workshops and the attendance. We had our PTA out there with a barbecue of hot dogs and snow cones, and they almost ran out of supplies. So we had a number of activities throughout the classrooms, making origami and drawing and Cinderella. We just finished a book-wide school, one book, one read of Cinderella. And so the classes, there were some activities there, and then the classes are finishing up with movie and popcorn days throughout the week. Making reading fun and engaging for the students has really been our focus throughout the year. We've, as I said, the PBIS focus with character counts. We used their social emotional lessons. We had Omega Man, a strong man, come bending iron and breaking bats and tying it into the different 6 pillars of character, lots of awards, assemblies, field trips. We have a wonderful book vending machine, which some of the other campuses have purchased as well. And if you haven't, you might want to look into it. It's really a fun incentive, and we give them tokens to parents for coming, as well as the students for making different achievements throughout the year. Because we are a middle school, K through 8, our students, unfortunately, do not have all of the elective choices some of the other larger schools have. And so my background was in career and tech ed, and last year, with your support, started the Future Business Leaders of America. This year, we expanded into journalism and yearbook as one of our other electives, so the students could choose between either the art or music, the Future Business Leaders, or the yearbook and journalism. And this was a picture of my group. I took 10 students to both the local area. We compete in the Inland Empire, in the Rancho Cucamonga area, and then many of the students advanced to the state level. And so we went to Anaheim, and I have 3 students that advanced on to nationals, one of them here tonight. So I'll have them come up in just a moment when I play the video. So let's see if I do this right. Oops, no, back. Yeah. So if you can start it from there. So this was our journalism class. That we have a green screen, and our young student Alexis is interviewing some of the Future Business Leaders individuals. Hopefully we can get it to play. Do we need to play it from the other format? While they're queuing that, we have our Hot Off the Press newsletter. And so Miss Littlejohn, our 6th, 7th grade teacher, is the one that leads the journalism class. And she highlights a number of different things throughout the year. And about every 2 months, we get a newsletter that goes out. I started the first 1 or 2. She took it from there and definitely has improved upon what I was able to put together. I want to go ahead while we're getting that to queue. If I can have Alan and Montserrat come up. So Alan competed in 2 different events. One was word processing, where you have to type a business letter and number of different things. And then the second one was in career exploration. And he got second place in that and was advanced on to nationals. And Montserrat and her team, she had a team of 3 with Arianda Gonzalez and Priscilla Banjuelos, and they did a sales presentation on a baby carrier. It was a 6-in-1 baby carrier. And so they had to do a sales pitch, and this was at the regional competition. And they got 7th place, right? 7th or 8th place. It'll tell in the video. And then she also competed in the career exploration, and I believe you had 6th place, I think it was 6th place on that. So the top 3, we had Ileana Sandoval, who was not able to be here this evening. She placed in 2 areas. One was mission and pledge for 2nd place, and then also the same career exploration, and got 3rd place. And then Vanessa Bernal got 4th place in the career exploration, and all 3 of them were advanced on to the nationals. So we're very proud. So, are we able to get the video? So this was at the inland competition. It's against roughly 1,000 high school students. We were the only middle school represented there, and many of them placed. Thank you. So this will go through. That was Ileana with 6th place for the creed. She likes giving speeches. And then Kimberly Ramos was 9th place for computer applications. And Brittany Perez, 8th place for computer applications. With that one, they're creating a Microsoft Word document, a PowerPoint, and an Excel spreadsheet with a mail merge. Then 7th place for intro to event planning for Ileana, Vanessa, and Daisy. And then our sales presentation with 8th place is the one that Montserrat was in with her team. See if we can get the rest to play. No, unfortunately, the audio is not connecting. So what she's asking them is what advice they can give to future students to join Future Business Leaders of America. And we invited our 5th graders to our club meeting today, and they did the little sales pitch to them, told them we shared this video with them, and then they each talked about what they've enjoyed in Future Business Leaders so that we can continue this. We're hoping that the high schools will carry this on. So we've planted some seeds with our graduates. They do have a leadership program at Adelanto High. It's just not part of Future Business Leaders, but we're hoping that they can expand their program. And then it has some really cute pictures of multicultural, if we can get that one to play. If you can bear with us for just a moment. So she's asking these two gals the same questions, what they enjoyed about the competition and the class. We teach web design, video game design, computer applications, and then different presentations that they can make. College and career readiness. The class, the 7th and 8th grade class, do a tour. They went to Victor Valley College this year, I believe. And we're joining AVID for this next year. So we're expanding the college and career into the AVID program. So here's some pictures of our Anaheim competition. Of course, across the street was Disneyland. We couldn't go there without going to Disneyland. And we took a leadership tour, Lead the Disney Way. And this was, Alan was not able to stay for the ceremony, so one of his classmates accepted that on his behalf, and then Ileana getting second place. And this was our multicultural day. So we had a number of parents there. Our PTA made a beautiful spread of food. If you feed them, they will come. So that seems to be working. So you can see the house was packed. This was our kinder dance. It was just adorable. It's to a Bhangra dance music. I wish you could hear the music. And then here's a few clips of the fashion show that Miss Phillip put together. Miss Phillip is our resource teacher. So she bought and brought a lot of the costumes. A few of the students brought their own. That was a lot of fun. My sister used to be in Africa, so she brought me the boo-boo dress that I was wearing. And that's our show. Thank you very much. You guys can have a seat. Thank you for letting us share. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Ward, may we please take a picture with your students? Thank you.
Thank you. Section 4.02, Academic Services. Dr. Albert?
Thank you. Dr. Dwyzon will be presenting on our Williams updates.
All right, so tonight this Williams report is a quarterly item for informational purposes to the board. California Ed Code requires that Williams monitored schools are visited quarterly by the county in October, January, April, and July. And furthermore, that the reports are reported out at the next scheduled board meeting. The summary of this report states that there are no findings in required observed areas, which are instructional materials, our school accountability report cards, school facilities, and teacher assignments.
Thank you.
straight to the point. Thank you. Much appreciated. Section 5, closed session declarations. We will be taking items 5.02 through 5.06 into closed session. Section 6, public testimony before closed session. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comment, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listen carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Ms. LeVay, do we have any?
Madam President, I can go ahead and I'll start that. So just as a reminder that the board does limit the total time for public input on each agendized item to 20 minutes. The board now calls for ADTA. Thank you.
Good evening. Just a reminder to you what we're fighting for. That's our COLA. And that's actually Sam's COLA. And I think about Uncle Sam. I know it's not the federal money, but it is our state government that gave us the COLA. So before I begin, I'd like to take a moment of silence for a teacher that I just learned today passed away, Cynthia Seppi. So if we could all just, for a moment, show some respect for Miss Cynthia. Thank you. Well, here we are again. We have an acting superintendent, no full-time HR director. He's wearing 2 hats, which is difficult for anybody in a complex district like ours. This revolving door of cabinet is getting worse. With only a couple of weeks left in school, teachers are busy with the end-of-year activities, year-end wrap-ups, some field trips, final exams, final reports, some final performances, and a lot of grading. And yet we have to have our attention subdivided with concerns for a fair contract. Everyone around us has settled. Snowline just settled for the full 8.22% COLA plus 500 toward health and welfare and 2% off schedule. And the district under your this district under your direction is still holding firm with an offer of 0. As we have said before, with the exorbitant inflation on groceries and other products and the increased health insurance amounts, you're essentially giving us a pay cut. With 3 times the reserves necessary, a flush budget, and fully funded COLA, you're giving us a pay cut. Can you honestly look us in the eyes and tell us we deserve that? Well, based on the utter lack of anything meaningful sent our way during Teacher Appreciation Week, maybe that is exactly what you think. There wasn't even a letter sent out acknowledging that it was a week to honor and appreciate teachers. Traditionally, it is our superintendent that sends out something via email. It's very little, but we weren't even afforded that kindness. We were given an apple, or in some cases, a mini pie. 84 cents at Walmart. Some of us got a pie, some of us got an apple from CNS. Some got nothing. I can only hope that the district's frugality was because of an intention to show us more respect and appreciation with our new contract and higher pay scale. Take a moment and look around. We are your stakeholders. Parents have made their wishes known, and more will be speaking tonight. Local business owners have asked you to be fair. Adelanto students deserve better. We are busting our humps every day, battling apathy, screen addiction, social emotional problems, and bullying, not to mention students from kindergarten through 8th grade eloping from class, middle schoolers giving administration and security, ignoring administration and security, all the while completing our state tests and trying to maintain an engaging classroom teaching standards. We are battling more and more suspendable behaviors, defiance and disrespect, and worst of all, low reading abilities at higher and higher grade levels. And instead of being home, shoring up our emotional reserves to return to school tomorrow to try again to simply do what we were born to do, which is teach, we have to be here again, asking you again to be fair and direct the district to settle fairly with us. You've been given the financial facts, and it's been proven that the district is painting a doom and gloom picture where there should be faith and hope. How are we going to attract and retain the highest qualified and dedicated teachers to Adelanto if we are last in the desert? And what is this on the agenda about a 5% stipend for Dr. Albert and 2 other district employees? An out-of-class pay total of almost $16,000 with 5% on top of that. And the other 2, almost $12,000, all to be retroactively applied. Yeah, I'd call that out of class. That's tacky to be putting that kind of proposal forward at a time like this. Your teachers are working without a current contract, with a pay scale that is outdated and now running far behind the others in the high desert. To consider this extra salary and stipend is criminal. Our bargaining team has to be out of class at the worst possible time of year for mediation because we can't settle. We are not negotiators or accountants or lawyers, and yet we have had to draw upon every possible reserve of knowledge and skill to be able to come to the table and fight for what is fair for our teachers. You should be concerned for what is fair. Without your teachers, you have nothing. And sadly, in the near future, you may be faced with that reality if we are pushed too far. Make no mistake, none of us wants that. But if we are pushed to that extreme, it won't be our fault. Your lack of leadership is what will destroy this district.
Good evening, Madam President, the French, Cabinet, also trustees, excuse me, ADTA members here, classified staff here. I'm not sure if we're Zooming today, but if we are Zooming, all in Zoom land. I want you to imagine that you're the sole supporter for yourself and your family. I want you to imagine that you're only making $40,000 a year. No increase, deficit in that our insurance for classified, our 12-month employees for Kaiser will be taking away $260 a month. Not a year, a month. Staff that are only works 9.5 to 10 months, $312 a month. With today's raising costs, you know, I know you go grocery shopping or somebody in your family goes grocery shopping, but just imagine What would you cut out? If you own a home, would you lose it? Would you give up your car? Would you have to do what many of not only our staff members, but our families in Adelanto are doing and have to bunch up in one house? What would you give up? Food? Think about that, because that's what some of our members are having to face. It's terrible. I've already had some emails, my personal email. There are a few of our members who already have applications in other districts. They're not moving out of state. They're not moving out of the county. They're not moving out of the city. They have their applications in right here in the high desert. Why? Because the other districts are paying better. Classified staff, we have asked for a reclass, not a reclass, a survey. It hasn't been done. 8 years I've been asking. We are low on the totem pole here in the high desert. I don't know what else can be said or what can be done. I do know, and it is public knowledge, that our district did receive 8.22 for COLA. And not one single percent was given to any of our members, classified nor teachers. We don't understand that. We never will. With all these rising costs, I don't know what our staff, classified staff, are going to do who are in the position that I just described. And here's a reality check. I said $45,000 a year, right? Some of them are only making $29,000 a year and have been able to make it last year. This year, they're not making it. You know how much your groceries are costing. You know how much your utilities have gone up, and you know how much gasoline have gone up. So I want you to think about that, because many of our classified staff are already working 2 8-hour jobs. 2 to make it. And with this deficit in salary, no increase, what are they going to do for insurance? Some of them, believe it or not, they're going to, what is it called? Transitional, trying to get insurance with the Covered California. They don't qualify. They still have to pay out. I don't know what else to inform you of. I've gave you a paper regarding some of the increases that some of our salary of other districts are giving for their employees. Those are facts. We have our CSA rep who reps not only our district, but many other districts, and that's where we got the information. Somebody from Hesperia was here at our last meeting, and they did say those numbers were correct for our district, and that was Hesperia. So know that those numbers are not fictitious. This is what other districts have honored and appreciated their members with. And we here in Adelanto, I don't know what to tell you. It's embarrassing. What is your district offering you? Nothing. Actually, we're going to be paying $312 a month taken away. A month, not a year. Please think about what's happening here. We're going to lose a lot of employees because of this. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Madam President, the board calls Michael Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members, staff members, and families. My name is Michael Gonzalez. Of 2 children. Year 10. teachers and so much for our family and for all the families in the Adelanto School District. They don't teach children. They really care about our children. Teachers do so much more than just teach math, English, history. They teach our children to be good adults for the future. Please, as you know, my family, I say please work with the teachers union, come up with a contract, keep these many amazing teachers here and not have them go somewhere else. You know, thank you. The only other thing I can say is this topic touches close to home because my brother is a teacher and I see him endless hours that he sacrifices away from his family, grading papers, you know, spending money out of his own pocket to go buy supplies, you know, for his class. So he makes sure that his students have the proper pencils, papers, whatever other thing that is lacking. And that's why I'm here, because this topic hits home for not only just for our family, but I'm sure for a lot of other families here. So again, you know, our kids are worth it. And that's all I can really say. Thank you for your time.
Madam President, we'd like to call on Dean Anthony Rumford and his wife Bridget.
I just want to say I appreciate all the teachers. You guys make an endless effort to teach our children. We have 4 kids in the Adelanto School District, and they raised them since kindergarten, and they have done endless work for these kids. My husband's a coach, and it's just my sorry.
All right, good evening, members, staff, faculty, and everyone that's put in hard work with our community. I'm DeAnthony Rumford. Again, this is my wife, Bridget Rumford. I'm also a coach at Silverado High School. I used to do football. I do girls basketball. I'm also a coach at Cobalt Institute of Math and Science Academy for the baseball team. I'm also a coach in the community for our Desert OG Rams. But we are concerned and involved parents, like you said, of our 4 students, which we have a daughter, currently a junior at Silverado. And we're here to express our unwavering support for the exceptional teachers who have been providing top-notch education to our children. As a dedicated volunteer, since our children were in kindergarten, we have had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the teachers with unwavering dedication and commitment to providing support, help, individualized attention to every student on a daily basis. We strongly believe that providing better wages and smaller class sizes for these teachers will enable them to continue providing the highest quality education to our children, which they truly deserve. Now, personally, I know that it's one teacher for 30+ students, and it's hard to find that individual time, especially when you have kids that don't want to focus. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm also a proctor. So when the teachers let the kids go, I have to deal with all of that outside. So that's multiple attitudes, anger, trying to provide them. And yes, we want them to get that energy out when they're out there with us as a proctors, but so they can get back to class and focus. But like they said, with money coming out of their own teachers' pockets, it hurts their wages. It hurts their sense of living. Yes, I feel wages need to be increased all throughout the board, even for us bottom of the barrel proctors, as we like to call ourselves. All of this would help in supporting each other to help us continue the path of education. Because yes, stop being hands-on, stop yelling, stop screaming, stop touching each other. Doesn't just happen on the playground. It also happens in the classroom, which takes away from the time that they need to get their education and to study. So please find whatever as you can to help these teachers. And I've also noticed that Apple Valley School District just found $22 million for a stadium. 800,000 in bonds. So what can our district do to help provide some money for the teachers to increase wages? All help is needed, especially when you have jobs in fast food restaurant chains that are paying $20 an hour. They could easily go to what is it, Pandora or Panda Express or what's the one that makes bread? Panera. And get these competitive wages that they could help out with. And we're living in a society that wages aren't going to come down. Prices of fast food, gas not coming down. Everything is going up. And especially living in one of the highest states of taxes in California, we need every help we can get so we don't have to be 3-family households or 2-family households. I know each and every one of us want to be able to own individually a house, not have to worry about trying to pay a $3,000 apartment. High Desert used to be one of the cheaper places that everybody would come from LA, San Bernardino County, West Covina. I came up here from West Covina personally because my apartment was $2,500 for a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Came up to Victorville to cut that price in half, but guess what? It's catching up really fast. Pretty soon the prices in Victorville and Adelanto are going to be just like living in LA, right next to downtown, which is remarkably high. So we ask that you guys look towards each one of these people out here. Look at me and my family, what we have to support, and that you just open your hearts and fight with us, not against us. Thank you.
Madam President, the board calls on Jason Hodnett.
Evening, everyone tonight. My name is Jason Hodnett. I have 3 students I'm working. I was thinking about what to talk about this evening, and busy work. I'm also an instructor, so I never have enough minutes in the day. So I kind of thought, I reviewed the mission statement of the board was to prepare students for the global community. It's a little bit more words to it than that. But one of the things that I got a call from one of my former teachers, one of my students, my granddaughter, 1st grade teacher, was one of our team members, right? Team member for our family, who helped us a lot in a really dark time. And she asked for help. So she asked for help from me as a parent to come tell a little bit of our story. So if I can do anything to help them, to get a competitive salary, to get additional class support, to get class prep time reimbursed, and then I'm going to do what I can. Our family is what's referred to as a kinship family. So my son passed away in 2018. I looked at the CDC statistic for 2018. About 67,000 Americans passed away from overdose death in that year. Unfortunately, our family was one of the members in that statistic. It's not a good statistic to be involved in, but that's where we found ourselves. One of the first people I reached out to was the school to say, what do we do? How do we go from here? Where can we go? The school pointed us to resources. The Morning Children Foundation helped us through our family's grieving process, but also our children not wanting to go back to school, right? So we took on my grandchildren that are now in 5th grade and in kindergarten. So we get a chance that I had an opportunity to run my children through school, and then a fifth grader, and now in Morgan Kincaid again, a kindergartner to start all over again. So we'll have another opportunity to spend another 4 years at Morgan Kincaid, which we're looking forward to because it's been really well for us. So American philosopher Alan Bloom said that education is the movement from darkness to light. So what that meant to me was that if we can empower our
30
teachers
seconds.
and our students to do the best that they can, to be the best they can be without outside distraction, then that would be important. I asked the girls if they wanted to add anything to tonight's statement. The fifth grader said, I have the best teachers ever, which is not normally her sentiment towards some of her teachers. That's what she said. And the kindergartner says, my teacher is my favorite teacher. And I said, she's your only teacher. How is she? Of course she's your favorite teacher. She says, yeah, but she's my teacher. And that's why she's your favorite teacher. So I appreciate your time. Appreciate your time for the board. Thank you very much.
Madam President, the board calls Kim Smith.
Hello, good evening. Interim Superintendent Albert, cabinet members, Board President Love French, all the other board members, all my AESD staff, classified and certificated parents, and of course, our students. My name is Kim Smith, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Victoria McGathan Elementary School. I have been a member of the AESD family for over 20 years, and I am proud to say that I have always done my part to contribute to the well-being of our district and of our school's culture. Creating a healthy family culture involves a blend of elements that foster love, understanding, and personal growth within the family unit. I have some of the core elements of a healthy family culture that I would like to share with everyone. First one being communication. Open and honest communication is a cornerstone of a healthy family culture. This includes active listening, expressing oneself clearly, and being able to discuss and resolve conflicts in a constructive manner. Respect. Respecting each other's boundaries, opinions, and individuality is crucial. Everyone should feel valued and accepted for who they are. Trust. Building and maintaining trust within the family is essential. Trust fosters a safe environment where family members can express themselves freely. Education and growth. Encouraging and supporting the educational and personal growth of each family member is important. This includes promoting a love for learning and cultivating a growth mindset. Positive reinforcement. Encouraging positive behavior through reinforcement helps in building self-esteem and promotes a positive atmosphere within the family. And the last one, conflict resolution. Developing healthy conflict resolution skills ensures that disagreements don't escalate and are resolved in a constructive manner. Creating a family atmosphere that encompasses all 12 of the characteristics is rare. It would require the participation of all members. It would take a leader, someone who has been in the family for a long time. That person would have to exude these characteristics in every action and with every word. The leader of the family would model behavior for other members to imitate. What would it look like if teachers and classified staff imitated the leaders of our district's family? Well, we would tell our students that we are planning a pizza party and then never have one. We would tell our students that they deserve a and then not take them. We would lie to them and chastise them when they called us out. We would assign a project and watch them exceed the expectations of the rubric, bragging that we have the best students in the high desert, only to give them a failing grade. We would answer that we didn't have any passing grades left. If we imitated you and your leadership, our students would surely suffer. Each family is unique, just as each district is. When I first came to this district, I was impressed by the closeness between all of the AESD employees and the school board. We have gotten away from that. You have gotten away from that. As we go into this next chapter of our relationship, which we call impasse/mediation, I implore you to do the right thing, to fess up to your mistakes, your misgivings, and your misdirection. We, classified and certificated staff, are deserving of the truth, and we demand to be treated with the same amount of respect that we are required to display on a daily basis. Just as it is essential to understand and address the specific needs and dynamics of your family to create a nurturing and supportive family culture, it is of the utmost importance that those of us on the front lines are fairly compensated for the work that we have done in the past, the work that we are currently doing, and the work that we will continue to do into the future. We all know what needs to be done, so please, just do it. Thank you.
Madam President, the board calls Karina Rodriguez.
Good evening, everybody. My daughter goes to George. Miss Thomas is her teacher, and she has 24 students that in the beginning of the year, I know for a fact, because she would complain a lot, that couldn't even hold a pencil. Now you have 15 students from what I can remember a few months ago that are reading full books, that are reading, of course, children's book, but they are able to read. You didn't make that happen. She made it happen. She comes in and she dedicates so much time to these children. My daughter is reading not exactly because I am a supportive parent, but I'm following her lead. And she is the person that set those footsteps, and I'm following that. Now, if you guys are not doing what you're supposed to be doing, my husband gets 2 raises a year. How could these people not be getting any raises a year? You guys need to keep these good teachers working so that my daughter will not only have an amazing kindergarten teacher, but it'll be first grade, second grade, and on and on and on. We have even talked about maybe selling our house or buying another house because of all these issues that I hear here. Like the lack of support, it does carry on onto our children, onto the teachers, onto the proctors, onto every staff. And just like some school, El Mirage, won an award, and you guys were very quick to take a picture, but you guys didn't do that. It was the teachers. So we need to be with them. Thank you.
Madam President, the board calls Shaban Long.
Good evening, trustees, cabinet, AESD community of students, families, teachers, and staff. I'm Siobhan Long, and I teach at Mesa Linda Middle School. As I drive to Mesa Linda every day, I see the utility companies preparing large tracts of land by the 395 between the Aqueduct and Bear Valley. Brand new housing developments in the works. Future families for Mesa Linda? Let's see. A few months back, our superintendent mentioned the importance of our marketing program. I agree, we should definitely be marketing to our future families. Let's market to them by showcasing a stable school. How about we start by providing a fully staffed school? Mesa Linda has not had all their teacher positions filled for several years now. To hire and retain the best teachers, you need to pay them their due. AESD needs to be competitive in salary with surrounding school districts. This school year, AESD already received an 8.22% cost of living increase for all teachers from the state. You will receive this money each year moving forward, yet you are offering the AESD teachers 0%. What greater priority is there than having a permanent teacher in every classroom at Mesa Linda from the very first day of the school year? Spend this year's money on this year's Mesa Linda teachers and students. Market to future families a safe Mesa Linda school environment. The vast majority of our Mesa Linda students show up every day ready to learn. There is a very small percentage who damage the school culture. We need real consequences for those students who continually disrupt our classrooms and campus day in and day out. Let's assign after-school detention and then transport them safely to their homes. We implore you to spend today's money on today's students. Our Mesa Linda students deserve a safe, distraction-free learning environment. For students who are continually unable to handle the general education classroom, fund a restorative intervention program. Yes. So they can all get educational benefit. A successful school invests fully and equitably in all the students. Let's provide a wider range of electives at Mesa Linda. Yes. So students actually have real choices. That brings us right back to fairly compensating AESD teachers so we can attract teachers we need at Mesa Linda. A well-run school also has a fully staffed administration from the beginning of the school year. We finally have 2 committed administrators and a substitute administrator after 3 years of a revolving door. For the size of our school and the needs of our students, we are told we need 4 administrators. Each of the administrators having to do the job of 2 means that with the best will in the world, not everything can get done in the day. Spend what it takes today to have a fully staffed administration and teaching staff at Mesa Linda. Adelanto is the city of possibilities. We have the possibility to have Mesa Linda be a jewel of a school. Do not shortchange us. Thank you for listening.
Madam President, we are at over 17 minutes, so I will go ahead and I'll call the next. Tammy Smith.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. Tonight I want to tell you about some exciting activities at George School and invite you to each and every one of them as we celebrate the end of our 8th graders' George School careers. Friday, beginning at 5:30 p.m., we have our annual art showcase and music performances. Thursday, we have our annual staff versus 8th grade volleyball game, followed by our ice cream social and exciting. We are in need of volunteers. Tuesday, the 28th, is our 8th grade trip to Magic Mountain. That'll probably be a 12-hour workday, but for most of our students, it's going to be the first time they go, so that makes it worth it. Lastly, on Thursday, the 30th, we'll have our promotion ceremony at 5:30 after the normal school day at Adelanto Stadium. In spite of the district's continued refusal to pass along the governor's cost of living adjustment, I will be participating in these activities, just like I have every other year. It comes natural to educators to support and care for our students, to celebrate their achievements, and to give them new and exciting experiences. We care for kids, and it is our job to do so, but it's your job to care for us and to ensure that the district fairly compensates its employees. Direct your negotiation team to end this impasse. Show us you care by giving us the COLA that the governor gave the district. Thank you.
We have like 2 minutes left. I'll go ahead and call on Carly Lawhead.
Good evening, Board. I stand in the same place asking for the same thing I was 4 years ago. Fair compensation for district's teachers. I attended George Visual and Performing Arts for 6 years. During this time, I had many spectacular teachers, but unfortunately only have time to talk about a few. Starting with my 2nd grade teacher, Mrs. Keefe, who made a big paper tree and decorated it with leaves that had my classmates and my names. Each time that we scored well on a test, a sticker would be added. Once a specific number of stickers were earned, our current leaf would be replaced by a different color one that represented the next rank. This effectively encouraged working for good grades. I can say this with absolute certainty as it was for my final leaf, Mrs. Keefe let me pick the color because not one had previously existed. My sixth grade teacher, Mrs. Jeffers' approach to student engagement was referred to as Genius Hour, in which we were allowed to pick a topic that we harbor genuine interest in and put together a PowerPoint. We did these rather frequently, and consequently, it provided plenty of opportunities to practice public speaking, which is assisting me right now, so thank you, Mrs. Jeffers. Appreciation for a teacher I had at George is a feeling I have memorably experienced a couple of times since I have graduated. Firstly, during my English class junior year, and then during my first English class at college level. And I find myself thinking, Mrs. Smith, my 8th grade teacher, taught me this. I consider myself lucky to have been so thoroughly prepared for the following stages of my academic career. The teachers I had at George provided me with stability academically, so now I speak up to get them stability financially. My hope is for this to happen swiftly and to stick long term. Ideally, this concludes the conversation and becomes a given from here on out. I do not want to have to return in another 4 years, but I will if I must. Thank you.
Madam President, that does conclude the 20 minutes.
Moving along to section 7, recess to closed session. Trustees, I need a motion to recess.
Trustee Webster, I motion to recess to closed session.
Trustee Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. We're in the closed session. I don't have the time.
The time is 6:47.
Thank you. 6:47. Thank you. Welcome back. Reconvene to open session. The time is, I always rely on the little clock right here that is no longer
8:45
there.
p.m.
8:45. Thank you. 8:01, call to order. Roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey, can you please take the roll?
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Turner,
Turner present.
Trustee Soto,
Soto present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee La French.
Love French present. Quorum has been established. Section 9, closed session report. Announcement of reportable action taken during closed session. The board took action in closed session to accept the final settlement agreement for OHS case number 2024020171. It was moved by Trustee Webster and second by Trustee Soto. The vote was 5-0. Second reportable action that was taken is that the board took action in closed session and to accept the final settlement agreement for OAH case number 2024010547. It was moved by Trustee Stewart and second by Trustee Soto. The vote was 5-0. Moving on to section 10, public testimony. Ms. LeVey, do we have any speakers?
I have Judith Phipps Gomez. And I don't see anyone, so I'll go on to the next. Juan Nicolas.
And father Alessandro Nicolas and my wife Priscilla Nicolas. We're here because we have a complaint with school Gus Franklin directly with the principal Nicole Pearson and the teacher Miss Maria Hernandez. From the beginning of the school year, we had complaints with our son Alessandro. He wasn't good behavior. But the school, from the beginning, they give us two options. One was to send him back to K, but because of his age, he didn't qualify. The other option was for him to go home and come back next year when he was more mature. So at the beginning, we saw that the school didn't want to really give us our son needs. He had behavior problems, but the school didn't give us that. Instead, they prolonged meetings and sessions with the school, and I did give you all of you send an email a little bit of our story, and I don't know if you guys read it or not, but I hope you guys did. But that led to having an IEP meeting with our son. He didn't qualify. Some of the reasons was because the teacher never filled out the questionnaires from the psychologist. So the psychologist never spoke to the teacher about my sons. So they denied the IEP. Now the school, the district, Ms. Dosha, did give us with the new Ms. Bess a new evaluation. So it's in process. But during that process, my wife had a lot of questions and concerns, but instead the principal, Ms. Peterson, gave us warnings, and then she made a complaint to the district saying that my wife wasn't requesting in a proper manner, but my wife was just advocating for the needs of my son, and they didn't like the way she was doing it. Instead, they give us a warning, send us a restriction letter. They cannot go to the school, she cannot talk to the teacher, she cannot do anything. So my wife, she's been, being treated as a criminal. And we feel like that
30
has been
seconds.
discriminated against my wife because advocating for my son's needs. And that's all we wanted. And the only thing we're asking is for the district to remove the restriction and to also requesting Ms. Peterson and Ms. Hernandez to apologize to my wife for the way they were treating her. She doesn't speak English. And every time she was sending emails to them, they never replied to her. They replied to me because I do speak English, but they don't. They didn't do it to my wife in the same way they did it to me, and I feel that that's discriminated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd like to call Griselda Nicolas.
Aló. Solicito un poco de minutos.
I want to request a few more minutes.
Es que la situación no es fácil de explicar.
The situation, it's kind of hard to explain.
Jamás me he sentido como me estoy sintiendo ahora.
I never have been felt the way that I feel right now.
Yo soy una madre de 7 hijos.
I'm a mother of 7 kids.
Siempre me he envuelto en la escuela de mis hijos.
I'm always being involved in the school of my children.
Me ha interesado saber todo acerca de la escuela
I've
de
always
mis
been
hijos.
interested in everything about the school of my kids.
Y cuando yo vine aquí a este lugar de High Desert,
When I came here to the high desert,
encontré otra cosa diferente.
I found something different.
La escuela donde mi hijo estudia
The school where my kid is studying right now,
no entendía mis preocupaciones,
they don't understand my feelings or my concerns.
no contestaba mis preguntas,
They don't answer my questions.
me hacían sentir como una persona rara,
They make me
diferente.
feel like a weird person, like somebody different.
Me negaban mucha comunicación.
They deny me a lot of communication.
Yo no sentía empatía por parte de la directora ni
I
la
don't have
maestra de mi
I
hijo.
don't feel any empathy that the principal at the school had feel for me.
Yo siempre tenía buenas intenciones.
I always have good intentions.
Yo siempre quería estar ahí para ayudar a mi hijo.
I always wanted to be there to help my child.
La única preocupación que había en mi mente
The only worry that's in my mind
era ayudar a mi hijo.
is to help my child.
Mi hijo no habla bien.
Because my child doesn't speak well.
Mi hijo lloraba y
My child cried.
en las mañanas no quería ir a la escuela.
And in the morning he doesn't want to go to school.
Yo no entendía por qué le pasaba
I
eso.
don't understand why this is happening to him.
Recientemente descubrí que él no la pasaba bien en la escuela.
Recently I just discovered that he doesn't have a good time at school.
Que había niños que le decían cosas.
There were kids that used to say things to him.
La maestra no le hablaba bien a mi hijo. Le hablaba con voz fuerte y rudo.
The teacher doesn't speak to him like kindly. It's
Por-
very strong and rude.
Porque para la escuela mi hijo era un niño malcriado, era un niño rebelde.
Because my child is a kid who's a rebel and he's a kid who is misbehaving.
Pero la realidad es que mi hijo necesitaba ser evaluado.
But the truth is because my child needs to have an evaluation.
Y la escuela nunca quiso evaluar a mi hijo.
And the school never wanted to evaluate my child.
Se va a terminar el año
The year is almost ending.
y mi hijo fue ignorado.
And my child was ignored.
A nadie le importó mi hijo.
Nobody had care for my child.
Yo fui al distrito
I came to the district
a poner múltiples quejas.
to have a lot of complaints.
Nadie le dio un seguimiento a mis quejas.
Nobody give a following to my complaints.
A nadie le importaba mis preocupaciones.
Nobody had a care for my concerns.
La escuela me negó reuniones y
The school has
conferencias de
denied
padres.
me
Y conferencias de
conference of-
padres.
the conference of parents
Me
conference.
empezaban a castigar
They started to punish me
porque yo preguntaba mucho.
because I asked too many questions.
No querían que fuera a la escuela
They didn't want me to go to school
porque decían que yo los estaba hostigando.
because they said I was bothering them.
Pero no había respuestas para mis preguntas.
But it wasn't no answers to my questions.
Ocurrieron muchas cosas raras en la escuela de mi
They
hijo.
had happening a lot of weird things in the school of my
Incidentes,
child,
incidentes donde la seguridad de mi hijo estaba peligrando.
where incidents had happened where the safety of my child, it was in danger.
Una vez mi hijo quedó encerrado más de 10 minutos en su salón de clases sin supervisión de un adulto.
One time my child was enclosed in his classroom for more than 10 minutes by himself.
Y cuando lo encontraron,
And when they found him,
la maestra delante de mí lo regañó
the teacher in front of me, she started yelling at me.
y me dijo que ya no quería a mi hijo en su clase.
And then she told me, I don't want your child in my class.
Mi hijo se asustó y se
My
soltó de
child
mi
got
mano y
scared,
corrió.
And then he held my hand and he wanted to start running.
También mi hijo muchas veces manifestaba miedo en la escuela.
My child shows like a lot of fear at the school.
Y una vez, cuando ya entró a la escuela, se salió corriendo apavorecido a
And
buscarme.
one time when he went to school, he started screaming and he was scared to look for me.
Y casi lo atropellan.
And then he almost got hit by a car.
Venían mis dos hijas menores detrás de él.
They had my two younger children, my daughters, behind him.
Y la escuela no se preocupó por esos incidentes.
And the school didn't worry about those incidents.
El último incidente pasó en febrero,
The last incident happened in February
cuando encontré a mi hijo como desmayado en la cafetería de la escuela.
when I found my child almost fainted in the cafeteria of the school.
La escuela no sabía qué pasó.
The school didn't know what really happened.
No me decían nada.
They didn't say anything.
¿Cómo quieren que yo me quedara tranquila si había muchas preguntas?
How they want if they want me to be quiet if
Sin
many questions
respuestas.
without answers.
Yo me la pasaba llorando
I have all the time been crying
porque yo sentía que mi hijo estaba pasándole algo y no sabía qué.
because I felt like something was happening to my child, but I didn't know what.
No sabía cómo ayudarlo.
I didn't know how to help him.
Cuando yo logré conseguir un espacio para que evaluaran a mi hijo por su aseguranza médica,
When I found finally a space to find like for insurance, for a medical insurance. for
su
him.
maestra de él no quiso llenar el cuestionario.
The teachers didn't want to fill out the questionnaire.
Y recientemente se volvió a negar a llenar el cuestionario para una evaluación de IAP.
She refused to fill out the questionnaire for
No
the IEP.
entiendo por qué.
I don't understand why.
Una maestra ama a sus alumnos.
The teacher has to love their kids.
Ella no demostró amor.
She didn't show love.
La directora, Miss Peterson, me corrió como si yo fuera una persona criminal, como si yo fuera alguien agresiva en la escuela.
The teacher had, the principal had shoved me away from the school like I'm a
No tuvo cuidado de mis sentimientos,
She doesn't care for my feelings.
ni de mi diagnóstico médico que acaban de resultar en ansiedad y depresión a causa de todo esto.
I apologize. Do you still want me to? I know the time is off. I know I have to respect the.
Yes, Lily, it's 8:58. It's 5 minutes, Madam President. Would you like to continue?
Can we, does she have much more to say?
¿Qué es lo que finalmente quiere decir?
Yo quiero que las personas responsables del retraso que tiene mi hijo en el habla
I want the persons that are responsible for the delay of the speech of my child
y los que son responsables de mi estado emocional
and the ones that are responsible for my emotional,
sean sancionados.
they must be punished.
Yo no quiero que otra mamá sufra lo que yo estoy sufriendo.
I don't want another mother to suffer what I'm suffering.
Esto no puede ocurrir más.
This cannot happen anymore.
No pueden tratar de callar a una madre solo porque no habla el inglés.
They cannot try to stop my speak just because I don't speak
Porque me han discriminado por no hablar
English.
inglés.
I'm discriminated because I don't speak English.
Y ustedes promocionan en la escuela que está prohibido la discriminación. ¿Cómo no ponen en ejemplo? Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Z, do we have any representative for ADTA?
Madam President, I do not see anyone from ADTA or CSCA.
Thank you.
Section 11, adoption of the minutes. 11.01, trustees, I need a motion to approve as written and order filled special board meeting minutes of April the 4th, 2024, and regular board meeting minutes of April the 23rd, 2024. Can I get a motion?
Stewart, I motion to approve. Turner, I second.
Ms. Lloyd, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
So do I.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French.
La French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 12, staff reports.
Thank you very much. Okay, 12.01, allowing for public comment at board meeting via Zoom. This item is an information and or discussion item. We're not at this time asking for any action being taken place. Just as information and availability for discussion if needed. Resolution number 22.23.16, allowing for public comment by board meeting, was effective only for the 22-23 school year. The authorization in the resolution to conduct meetings with virtual public participation has expired at the end of the 22-23 school year. Notwithstanding, the practice has continued up to now. In the interest of transparency going forward, per the resolution, the district will no longer be offering virtual public participation. All public comments must be made in person during the board meeting pursuant to the procedures outlined in Board Policy 9323, meeting conduct. There is no First Amendment right to allow comments to be presented virtually. Attendance at board meetings is expressly governed by the governing code and board policy. There is no requirement in either of these that requires virtual participation. Virtual participation primarily came about due to safety concerns related to the pandemic. At that time, the district's prior resolution, safety restrictions, and the governing order had agreedly been lifted and or otherwise expired, had largely been lifted and or otherwise expired. The district had every ability to transition back into in-person meetings at that time. It passed the prior resolution. However, the board determined it would extend this period for the 22-23 school year. Importantly, the public, as authorized by the state law and board policy, still has every ability to attend or show up in person and attend public comments at the board meeting as they always could. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on
Madam
to.
President,
Okay.
I did want to discuss a little bit, if we can, as mentioned in the agenda. I just had a question. I was wondering if we were still going to be on Zoom live, doing this live, the meetings.
So to answer that question, the meetings right now are being taking place simultaneous cast. So they're being broadcast via, what is it called? YouTube. YouTube. So people do have access to be able to view these meetings as they're occurring. However, the participation component is not interactive. They may not participate unless they're here in session.
Thank you for the clarification.
No problem. And that was per the expiration of the resolution.
Thank you. Section 13, consent agenda. We're taking items 13.02 through 13.44. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Webster, I'd like to pull 1330. And then can I additionally pull 1334?
Okay, moving on to section 14, items removed from the, no,
Madam
I'm
President, we
sorry,
need,
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't move all the way down. Can I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda with the exception of 13.30 and 13.34?
Webster, I motion to approve the remaining of the agenda with the exclusion of 1330 and 1334.
Can I get a second?
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
So do I.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Can I get a motion to approve 13.30?
Webster, I motion to approve 13.30.
Can I get a second?
So do I. Second.
We're open for discussion.
I pulled this agenda item primarily for Miss Green. She is a teacher over at Gus Franklin. For the last 3 years, it's been such a pleasure to not only get to know her classroom, but also her teaching style. And I just wanted to kind of take the moment to tell her that she will be truly missed, and she was greatly appreciated. So thank you for your 26 years of service in Adelanto Elementary School, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. That's it.
I hope you enjoy your retirement as well. I'm taking you with you. Any trips you go on now. I so wish to be able to retire. One day. Okay. Take the vote, Z, please.
Trustee Soto,
So do I.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, I.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Can I get a motion to approve 13.34?
Trustee Turner, I motion to approve 1334, approve the 5% extra duty stipend.
Can I get a second?
Stewart, I second.
We're open for discussion.
You know, I like to be very mindful with the public comments that we get, and you know, it does feel a little bit we're in a period where we have to negotiate with our teachers, and it just feels a little bit off at this time. However, 5% is only $798. I'm not sure how that's going to help our, help address the concerns that ADTA has with giving our administrator in charge, our assistant human resources, and our other two personnel a raise. It's a 5% raise. It's less than 2,000. It feels the timing is a little bit off. However, we did just appoint an administrator in charge, and he's unfortunately having to balance out two positions. So it's very important that we support our staff so that our teachers can also be supported in finding a solution to the raise that ADTA is looking for. So I'm committed to also ensuring that we maintain a strong relationship with ADTA, as well as ensuring that our district is well ran. So I will be supporting this.
I concur with Trustee Soto. This stipend is for extra duties. And for two of them, it's up until the end of the school year, which is next month. So it's not an ongoing thing. Hopefully it's until they don't have to do those extra duties and anymore. It's not a 5% raise just to give them a raise. That is not our intention at all. It is for the extra work that comes with it. So that's all. Thank you.
And I would like to say that I appreciate the work that Dr. Albert is doing in the position of administrator in charge. He's also working 2 positions. 5% is not nearly enough, but that's all we can give. And as you know, Dr. Albert is brand new. And the position of Assistant Superintendent of HR has been vacant for almost a year now. And so for Dr. Albert to come in and do 2 jobs, you know, I understand that we're in negotiations, but this is something different. And we can't expect an employee to do extra duty work and not compensate them for it. And like I said, I'm really extremely grateful that Dr. Albert has stepped into this position, and you're doing an extremely awesome job. And that's all I have.
Thank you. I will keep my comments short, but I do have something to say as far as the approval for the 5% extra duties stipend. So I want to say thank you for being by my side, helping me. I greatly appreciate that your first day here at the district was when, may I ask? Less than 90 days ago. So after the 2 months and some change of being here, we appreciate all that you are doing for our district. We appreciate how thorough that you have been, transparent that you have been. We appreciate you and thank you. And because of that, we are going to now give you a 5% stipend. Okay? Thank you for all you're doing. Ms. LeVay, will you take the vote, please?
Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. New business. 15.01, trustees, I need a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding regarding school bus aid supervision and split shift schedule.
Webster, I motion to approve the MOU regarding bus aid supervision and split shift schedules.
So do I. Second.
Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? Hearing none.
I'll take the vote. Trustee Soto?
So do I.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 15.02. Trustees, I need a motion to approve resolution number 23.24.36, excusing the absence of trustee Stephanie Webster on the 23rd, 2024. We're open. Oh, can I get a motion?
We need a motion. Stewart, I motion to approve.
So do I. Second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none. Ms. LeVay, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, yes.
Trustee Webster?
Abstain.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French, aye. Section 15.03. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt resolution number 23.24.35 for joint community facilities agreements related to facilities to be financed through Community Facilities District number 5 of the Adelanto Elementary School District.
Webster, I motion to adopt resolution 23-2435 for the joint community facilities agreement relating to the facilities to be financed through Community Facilities District, CFD number 5 of the Adelanto Elementary School District.
get a second?
Soto, I'll second.
We're open for discussion. Ms. LeVey, please take the roll.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 15.04. Trustees, I need a motion to approve reclassification revisions.
Turner, I motion to approve reclassification revision.
Webster, I second.
We're open for discussion. Hearing none, Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. Section 16, policy introductions, updates, and readings. 16.01. Trustees, I need a motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 6142.6, Visual and Performing Arts Education.
Webster, I motion to approve and adopt the second read revision of Board Policy 6142.6, Visual and Performing Arts Education.
Stewart, I second.
Ms. LeVey, please take the vote.
Madam
Oh,
President.
discussion, I'm sorry. I've got to write this on here. Hearing no discussion, please take the vote.
Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee Turner,
Turner, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye. Motion passed 5-0. 17, Governing Board Members' Reports and Announcements. 17.01, Governing Board Members' Reports and Announcement. Would anyone like to make an announcement or report?
I would like to make some reports, Madam President. Good evening, AESD. I'd like to just first begin by saying Happy Teachers Appreciation Week for last week. I know that was last week, but I did want to bring it up behind the dais, and you guys are the backbone of this district. So happy Teachers Appreciation Week. I am a little disheartened that there was not much much of an outreach to the teachers in ADTA. So I will be working on that myself. I am completing my 4th Master's in Governance tomorrow. I'll have one more to go, and I will finally complete my Master's in Governance course.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Lastly, oh, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right. So I want to get a little bit more on a serious topic. As a school board trustee, I am compelled to address matters that are of utmost importance to the district. Comprehensive sexual education within our district needs to be a priority. It has come to my attention that we are approaching the 5th year without our students receiving formalized sex education as implemented by the district. I want to emphasize the gravity of the issue, particularly because of our low-income and disenfranchised students, those that are that are affected negatively by the lack of access to comprehensive sexual education. Personally, I understand the significance firsthand. Growing up, whether it was Latino culture or maybe it was just, a very uncomfortable topic, this was not a discussion in my household. So I relied on education provided within the public school setting to navigate the crucial aspect of my well-being. Sexual education serves as a beacon of knowledge and empowerment, especially during the confusing and scary times of a teenager. It equips our students with the information for their health and bodies, Denying them this fundamental right leaves them vulnerable, ill-prepared to navigate the complexities of sexuality and relationships. Therefore, I'm not sure if we would have to go on a vote. I'd make a motion, but I would like the board to prioritize the implementation of comprehensive sexual education and a list and update on where we are with sexual education.
I agree. So, do we give direction? How do we get this so we'll be able to get a timeline? You want a timeline, and what else did you want?
A timeline.
A timeline on where we are with this.
So, Board President, we would need to agendize that for discussion. And then at that particular time, then the board would be able to give us a direction in regards to the direction that the board would like to see us going.
Okay. So we want to make sure that we're noting now that we would like this on the next agenda.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That's all I have.
agree. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I remember when I first got on the board, probably about 6 years ago, I think I've been on here now, that we had started talking about it, but it's something that we need to close the loop on. I agree. Would any other trustee like to make a comment at 9:22?
I'll make my comments short. I would just like to, again, concur with Trustee Soto. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. I know that we're going through some difficult times right now, but we'll get through it. I'm confident that we'll get through it. I would like to just shout out to Melba Davis. Last year, they won Greater Schools to Watch, and we celebrated that acknowledgement. And I want to thank Kathy Yukovich and her staff and teachers and, well, the entire staff at Melba Davis. To see the banners hanging at the school is awesome, to say the least. And now this year they received the Distinguished School Award. In talking to Ms. Yukovich, she did not apply for that. Generally, schools have to put in an application to be recognized, and if they're accepted, then they may get it. They contacted her, from what I understand, so that is an even greater accomplishment. On the downside, the conference was so expensive, I did not know that it was $500 to attend that conference, at that event, until afterwards. I would have loved to see more teachers go and attend that celebration, but I think that was the reason why. I didn't know it was $500 until after my reservation was booked. So again, congratulations to Melba Davis for everything that you're striving for, excellence, and your students and your staff, and can't wait. Well, from what I understand, the banners are up now. So again, I did not want to go without making that statement. I'll keep my, and that's all I have now because we're running out of time. So thank you. Oh, and I want to also thank our students at El Mirage. Your performance was fantastic. I'm so proud of you. To be the only middle school in attendance with all the high school and placed, you know, in every category pretty much. I'm really impressed with you. Keep up the good work. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Usually I'm known for my very well typed out speeches with a lot of thought, compassion, and love. But due to time today, I'm going to go ahead and hold that over to our second meeting in May. And I promise to come back with something not only positive, upbeat, but encouraging. So thank you so much. And I hope everyone who is here in person drives safe tonight.
Thank you. Can I get an emotion for adjournment?
Webster, I motion to adjourn.
Soto, I'll second.
I'll take the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee Turner?
Turner, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Love French. Aye. This meeting is adjourned and the time is 9:25. Please have safe travels. Thank you.